Okay, 10 a.m. We're gonna get going. Representative Bohm, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Okay. Welcome all back. I hope you all had a good week, a good break, I should say. Hope you had a good First in the Nation primary to all those of you who participated. Going to open up the this meeting of the House Election Law Committee. We're going to start off with the public hearing for HB 1446 FN local relative to eliminating the costs for electronic copies of the checklist. And Representative Claudine Burnham is recognized to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee. So yes, this HB 1446 is pretty simple. There's a fee that's attached to the requests of a voter's checklist in town and at the Secretary of State's office of $25. So this bill reduces that electronic copies. This would just be for electronic copies of the voter's checklist from the current cost of $25 to a zero cost to the one requesting the copy. I requested a copy last September. It took less than 2 minutes and I had to pay $25 and it came as a PDF. So it's kind of seems silly to charge that amount to get a copy of that. There's no extra time and it's a simple process. I understand that there is a fiscal note that the Secretary of State's office would potentially lose over $180,000 in revenue. But this is public information, and with a very little effort to send it electronically or by a USB device makes it easier for the transfer, and I think it's fair for those who are requesting it to receive it at no cost. I would be comfortable with the that revenue not being collected for that very reason. As far as with the towns, I don't know about the other towns' loss in revenue, but I'm the only one that's requested a copy, so that wasn't a huge loss for my town either. So with that, I would ask you to consider to pass this through and make it easier to get electronic copies.
Will you be taking questions?
I can.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Wood is recognized.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Do you know how often the voter roll or voter list is changed, is updated?
Um, I think that I don't know as far as the state level, but in the towns, I would assume it depends on when people are. Remember if it's how often it is for the actual copy to be presented. But I know in my town, if there are changes, they'll update it every few months,
Yeah.
especially right before elections as the newest copy.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a trick question because I've been having trouble finding that out. It cost me $76 to get the voter rolls for Chichester and Pittsfield. Those are the two towns that I represent. And, and I end up getting the list probably more often than I need to because I really don't know. And it's the same thing. I get a electronic copy of it. So I think maybe somebody else can answer that question. But I think in this day and age, it would be really nice if 3 o'clock in the morning I could pull that down offline. But that's just my 2 cents. So I know I got nothing else to do. Thank you.
Representative Howard is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So have you spoken to the Clerks Association or any of your town clerks about this bill and in the drafting process?
I have talked to the town clerk, and he was a bit surprised that there's a fee for the electronic version because really it doesn't take much, especially if it's in a PDF, and you can also transfer it to an Excel spreadsheet. It's not cumbersome. It doesn't take much time. So, yep.
Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I did go to my town clerk last September also to get I paid $25. I brought my new USB thumb drive. Is the $25 fee, is that causing any hardship to anyone who would need it or would want it? And what kind of hardship? Give me a description of what type of hardship that's causing.
I don't believe there's a hardship, but at the same time, it should be public access information. Where it's not costing the town very much to do that in an electronic form, they're not taking time to print out or get paper, things like that. And so I just think it's a kind of a senseless fee when it could just be done quickly.
Representative Wood. Please turn your mic on, Representative Wood.
Sorry. Do you know if other states charge, and are there any other states that don't charge? I guess that's what I wanted to ask for the voter bill.
Yes, good question. Thank you. Yes, so apparently there is. I know that somebody will be speaking on that, the details, but some states do charge a lot more, and some states don't charge anything. So,
Okay, thank you.
but I'm sure you'll get more details soon.
Further questions? Representative Howard.
So, why did you make the decision to have the town supply the external storage rather than allow people to bring their own hard drives in?
So, good question. Yes, so when we were drafting that came up as more of a safety feature. So certainly, I believe if you can bring a brand new one, but it would, I think it just gives a little bit more security for the town level and the state level to provide that.
Follow up.
Do you have an estimated cost that it could be per town? I mean, just across the state?
For the USBs?
Yes.
Well, I just paid $7.99, I think, for a pretty good quality one. So if you buy them in bulk, I'm sure it could be a lot less.
All right. Thank you.
What's up?
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Weary, you're up next. Can you turn on your microphone?
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. What I want to, as a co-sponsor of the bill, I want to just run through a few facts related to the checklist to touch on the imperative nature of having access to this information. In the 2020 general election, the voter roll lists were calculated to have a total of 1,119,232 voters. In 2021, the 10-year voter list purge or voter roll list verification required under RSA 654:39 had a net removal of approximately 21% of the state's voter roll list, reducing the list down to a calculated total of 879,279 voter, or a difference in over 250,000 votes, actually 239,953 voters. So if you compare, so that's roughly a 21% drop. If you compare the change in population during that same period of time, New Hampshire had approximately a 5.1% growth. So if the number of reduced voters on the checklist accounts for transfers in and out of New Hampshire, as well as deaths, you have approximately 16% unaccounted for. Now, some of that might be voters voting for the first time, other factors like that, but it's a huge change in the number of people on the checklist, which is indicative of the fact that all checklists are perhaps not being properly maintained. Therefore, I think it's incumbent upon candidates and other concerned voter interest groups to be able to have access to this information so that they may verify it on a local or wider level. I would also add that based upon a voter integrity group that provided affidavits for voters who were no longer in their residence and voting, so they were identified as voters, then it was verified whether or not that they were domiciled or residing in their listed address. And there were over 15,000 affidavits submitted to the Attorney General pointing out that these voters had voted in the 2020 election, but were not domiciled or in their residence as identified at the time of the voting. So this is something that needs to be able to be verified at the local level. There are other bills coming up in the future, so you'll probably hear these numbers a few times more from me. I like to think of it as people like to say our elections are safe and secure. I think the safest and most secure thing in the 2020 election apparently was the checklist, because they were not altered at all. So I think it is, just to kind of put a bow on the ribbon and bow on the package here, it is important that the cost be minimal for electronic copies so that candidates can have access and other interested groups can have access to make sure that our checklists have the integrity needed. Now, this is not casting aspersions on any local supervisors of the checklist. I am sure that they are doing the best that they can. But sometimes voters who have that interest or candidates who have that interest can invest additional time and resources that perhaps are not provided or available to the supervisors of the checklist. So that's all I have to say on that matter.
Questions from the committee? Representative Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You alluded to a minimal fee, which is, it seems to be inconsistent with eliminating the cost. So when you refer to a minimal fee, what fee would that be? What's the minimal fee?
So the minimal fee might be, for example, if they wanted to send it instead of emails, put it on a thumb drive. So I think the value mentioned was $7.99 before for a secure transfer of electronic information.
Follow up.
Follow up?
So the minimal fee will just be for the physical vehicle for transferring that data.
Yes, the data should already exist. So therefore, the transfer of the electronic information really should be no cost at all. If in fact hardware is involved, if they choose, instead of emailing the information, to transfer it through a thumb drive or flash drive, then there would be some minimal fee associated with that, or minimal cost associated with that. I think, in fact, in my own town, when someone recently requested electronic information, they actually asked that they provide a secure thumb drive that had not been opened. So the package was intact from one of the local stores providing that sort of thing. So the town was happy to take that unopened package and then use the thumb drive in that package. So in fact, if such an arrangement were made with the town, then the town would have absolutely no expenditure other than pressing the appropriate buttons to effect the exchange of electronic information. Thank you.
Further questions? Okay. Representative Bay, you want to follow up?
So do you think that the cost of labor for actually putting together that database and extracting the information that you need is zero?
at the local level or at the Secretary of State level?
Wherever you think that work is getting done, because it's like there's a fee. It's like even if I'm maintaining a database, you ask me for something, I push the button and say, here it is. The pushing the button and the 2 seconds that it took, or I don't know, 2 minutes, is probably just the face of it, but there is work that costs labor that's involved in making sure that when you come to me, it only takes me 2 seconds.
So if you're talking about the labor associated with creating the checklist, of course, that would be the responsibility of the supervisors of the checklist, which is usually an elected position in most towns and city wards.
Further questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Representative Weary. Representative Porcelli, you are up next. Since you're the first person not from election law, I get to say it. Welcome to election law.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Representative Susan Porcelli. I represent District 19 in Rockingham, Hampton Falls, and Kensington, and we're 2 small towns. I support this bill to eliminate the cost for an electronic copy of a checklist that is in a sortable format. Communicating with our voters is an integral part of our democracy, and it is a pivotal point for our right of free speech. I believe having access to this data will encourage civic participation, which is desperately needed in our small towns. As you know, as rep candidates, we don't have access to unlimited funds. So charging for data that's already available can be detrimental to those that are wishing to seek office at a local level or to support a particular issue in town. Our rep candidates really need to have access to this data, but think about the participation that we want from our small and large towns. We have many different offices and causes that would benefit from this type of data. So if you are running for your planning board or your school board, or if you have a committee that has a particular issue and you want to communicate with your constituents, this data is absolutely invaluable. I spoke to my town clerk. They are fully in support of providing this data. They already have it from the Secretary of State. So there is no onerous labor involved whatsoever. I think it's very important to have this bill pass on a bipartisan way so that we can show in New Hampshire we support our elected officials, our constituents that have reasons to communicate with our voters, and our voters, to respect them so that we can make sure that we're communicating effectively. So the fee could prevent certain citizens, our citizen legislature, from accessing this data appropriately, and that fee could deter their participation. As far as the external drive goes, I'm sure everyone knows what they look like. I found on Amazon you could purchase 10 of these in a 10-pack for the cost of about $2. And as already stated, it would be very cost effective for someone to bring in their own thumb drive in a package that's unopened to make sure that we maintain security on our systems. So in conclusion, I am fully in support of this bipartisan effort to be able to provide data to our elected officials, to our local level grassroots organizers, to townspeople that have a particular interest in an issue, and be able to fully communicate with our constituents without the barrier of a fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions?
Sure.
Representative Hamlet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So is the checklist that's created by the supervisors of the checklist of the town, is that in a sortable format?
Yes, and it's also available from the Secretary of State in that sortable format. So I'm
Okay.
sure we're all familiar with, workbook type software,
Yeah.
Excel, etc.
Okay.
And it's very helpful to be able to have that format so you can sort, and especially, how many here have gone door knocking? So especially, we here in New Hampshire, we are so unique that we communicate directly with our voters. And being able to have that in a sortable format so you can look and say, okay, on Main Street today, who would I like to talk to on Main Street today? As opposed to a format that does not lend itself to sorting, and it becomes very onerous, especially in larger communities.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Next up, Secretary of State Scanlon. Secretary Scanlon, well done. Last Tuesday, right? Well done. Well done. Give him a quick round of applause. Thank you and your team.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and I'm not here to take a position on this bill because this is clearly in the domain of the legislature to decide how much should be charged for checklists from the voter database. I will say that historically, there has been a charge for these lists. The database has existed since probably around 2006. Prior to that, checklists were passed out in paper form, and I believe the charge was $25 per checklist at that time to do that. And that price structure has carried forward today, again, as a matter of policy of the state legislature. The supervisors of the checklist in every town are the ones that are responsible for maintaining the list. They are the only individuals, the only officials, election officials, that are authorized to put names on the list and remove names from the list. And they're required to meet by statute at certain times of the year, usually immediately preceding elections or town meetings, and to make adjustments to provide for new registrations after an election is over. So the supervisors do all the grunt work in terms of maintaining that list. They maintain the list in the statewide voter registration database, and the database itself is maintained and administered from the technical standpoint by the state of New Hampshire, by individuals in my office at the Secretary of State. So as a result of that, checklists can be provided in electronic format, and the statute requires that there's a fee that is associated with that. If it is the policy of the legislature to eliminate the fee, then I think there are certain additional policy decisions that also have to be made. Number one is that this language in the proposed legislation requires that the checklist be made available by email. And I would like to say that I don't think the technology currently exists to allow that to happen in every instance. The file is huge. And I know that if somebody was acquiring the statewide list, we simply could not send it by email. So my suggestion is that that be a may and not a shall. Some of the small towns might be able to transfer that data by email, but I think for the most part, it would be more practical to deliver it on a thumb drive, which you have seen. As was mentioned, I know that if somebody's acquiring the list from the state, and I think this is true in most towns, we require that we provide the media that the information goes on, because we don't want to insert a form of media that we have no idea where it's been, and what might be on it that could cause security issues with our database system. And then the last concern, the money that is collected through the sale of those lists, and even the ones at the state level, go back to the cities and towns to help them cover the costs of maintaining the lists. They help pay for the time that the supervisors spend maintaining that list. And as you saw in the fiscal note, there's roughly $171,000 a year that gets back to that gets sent back to the cities and towns for that purpose. Again, that's a policy decision of the legislature to make. The concern that I would have that if that fee was eliminated, there would be a natural restraint that would be removed from the number of requests for checklists that would be made. I think that if the checklist is basically free, it's going to dramatically increase the number of these that get sent out. And not only that, the checklist at the statewide level changes every single day. And I could envision situations where the same individual would be requesting that list once a week because there's no cost to do that. And that would, that would cause probably a requirement for some additional staff just to help manage that that scenario. So that's really all that I have to offer, but I would be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my questions, and thank you for answering my questions. Every day, it costs me $76 for 2 towns. We have 4 elections this year. Do I do it 4 times? That's my concern, and that's the reason why I think this bill is. The other thing you mentioned is you think it would increase the number. So it seems to make the bill, in my opinion, valuable. I don't see people collecting databases for sport. And I don't mean to testify, sorry. What's your feeling on that? I think you kind of help us in what you say.
Well, like I said, I'm not taking a position on the bill one way or the other. I'm just providing
Okay.
the facts and what I see happening if this version of the bill were to pass.
Yeah. Could I follow up, please?
Well, we got other members first before we allow follow-ups. Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When we request data, what are the data fields that are included? I know what I got from my town clerk, but I don't know. It's like, did they give me all I can ask for? I could have asked for, but what are included when data are released?
So the data fields that are collected are everything that is in the public version of the checklist. And so that would be the voter's name, their party affiliation, both their mailing address and their physical address. It would include a voter history for a 2-year period. I believe those are the key elements, but it would be everything that is on the public list.
Follow up?
We'll go to other members first. Do other members have a question? All right, then we'll go back to Representative Wood.
I will refrain from debating the bill. I assume you're going to be back here when we bring the bill to the committee. But I did have one question on, you provide a lot of data now. And again, 2:00 in the morning, I'm on there. I got every election result from the primary broken down by, by district, by towns. Just click a link and I get all that data. Why can't, would you be for doing a similar thing with the database?
The statutes that are currently on the books are very clear in the database what is private and confidential data to each individual voter. And we feel very strongly about protecting information that should remain private and confidential. The public part of the list is searchable. I mean, you can get it in an Access database format, or a spreadsheet, and you can manipulate those data fields in whatever way you want to orient them or sort them out. The because we have so much data, there are certain informative fields that we could probably aggregate and report on on the basis of percentages and things like that would not provide unique identifiers. But I think that's a different topic.
Thank you.
Representative Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you said if it's email, it's probably be too big, so it has to be a different electronic mechanism. I'm imagining you're going to have a VPN site where we can all go and grab it. Are there any, like, I don't know, probably encryption or ways so that this data are not something that can be used in egregious manners? Like, I'm glad you didn't say email, but let's say if there's emails like, oh my God, they're using it for spam. But are there certain things that can be done so that the data are protected for the individuals who are in the database?
Again, we're talking about the public data that everybody has a right to see. So when we are putting it on electronic media for the individual that has requested it, there really isn't a need to encrypt it. There is no other reason to be sharing other information that's in the database, and we don't. So we really haven't been in that situation where we have had to encrypt that data.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Grays, you're up next with the New Hampshire Municipal Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grays for the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We do oppose this bill. Really, the Secretary outlined our concerns. Realistically, our major concern here is the cost and the loss of revenue to municipalities, which the Secretary of State's office was able to provide to the committee. I do want to note that if it is the committee's interest in passing this legislation, I would make one suggestion, which is to adjust that $5 charge for the flash drive to be in line with the actual cost of copying. That would cause the bill to fall more in line with the existing right to know law. It would reflect what the Supreme Court said in Taylor versus SAU 55 back in 2017, where the issue was the cost of one of the issues was the cost of a flash drive, which was $7.49. We heard testimony today from the prime sponsor that the cost is $7.99, and another individual that it was $2 for a 10-pack. By fixing the fee at $5, that may or may not be enough to cover the cost. Realistically, if we could just have it at the actual cost, that would be beneficial so that taxpayers aren't subsidizing these requests in that manner. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions from the committee? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last up is Catherine Longill. I may be mispronouncing the last name. Lengill? All right. Well, we got you, Catherine. Sorry. Representative Rafter, if you could hold on to that. We don't want to dole out that during the testimony.
Cool. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Well, good morning. For the record, my name is Catherine Langill. I'm a public policy fellow with Open Democracy Action. I'm a 20-year-old voter in Concord. Open Democracy represents voters from across the state of New Hampshire, all from a variety of different backgrounds and experiences, and including a variety of town clerks and supervisors of the checklist. The proposed bill in its current form would eliminate... Oh, I'm sorry. We opposed this bill. The proposed bill in its current form would eliminate the cost of obtaining electronic copies of the checklist. However, in keeping with current local and municipal laws, this would not eliminate the cost of accessing this document from towns that have a fee written into their fee schedule. We contacted Michelle Stainen from the Franklin City Manager's Office. She serves as Franklin's town clerk. In an effort to gain some perspective on this bill and its proposed effects, she said, "We do have this fee in our fee schedule as a city. I believe we would still charge it because of this. Under Chapter 160 fees, there is a spot that states, quote, checklist, with a fee of $25 plus 50 cents per 1,000 names in excess of 2,500. If I'm misunderstanding this, please feel free to correct me, Secretary Scanlon or anyone else. However, we reached out in an effort to gain some perspective on this. Labor costs for a person's effort are not unheard of in our economy, and keeping public records updated and responsibly kept is a task that's often overlooked and undervalued. It seems only fair that a task that takes some effort for an employee of the community to be able to charge a fee, it seems to make sense for their valuable time. I'm happy to take any questions. If I'm unable to answer, I'm happy to divert them and get you an answer back.
Representative Katob.
How much time would it actually take for you to gather these records, to put them on a flash drive, to provide them?
Sure. In speaking with some of our members who serve as town clerks, they spend at least an hour every day keeping things updated in terms of deaths, new voters, etc., which seems like a good portion of their time out of each shift every day.
You follow up?
So I'm not asking about maintenance, but I'm asking about, so they're going to have to do that regardless if somebody's getting a copy of it or not. They have to keep that updated. So how much time would it actually take to actually provide this service? Because this is the service that we'd be asking them. We're not asking people that are requesting a copy of the checklist to subsidize the cost of keeping the checklist up to date, because they already have to do that anyway. So how much time approximately for them to actually provide that data onto a flash drive?
Absolutely. I, as a college student, don't know that exact answer, but I can absolutely find that out for you and email it to you.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Last up is, I'm sorry, did I miss one?
I was just going to say thank you.
Oh, okay, no, thank you. No one, I don't think anybody's ever said thank you. That's so nice. Next up is Al Brand. I always butcher your last name, Al. I'm so sorry. Brandano.
My name is Al Brandano. I'm from Kensington, New Hampshire, and I speak in support of this bill. And the most troubling thing I've heard today is the cost. What's the cost of not doing it? Let's think about it for a minute. We're citizens. We pay taxes. What is the purpose of me paying taxes? For what reason do I pay taxes? This is part of a service. This is a service to the community. It's a part of what I pay my taxes for. And I just will hope that you will, I mean, even in our Constitution, Part 30, Part 1, Part 38, Article 8, we're all supposed to be responsible for open government and allow the citizens. How are we going to do that if everyone's going to continue on this fee structure? It really is, I hope you'll support this bill, because the citizens are paying taxes for what? This is part of what we do.
Will you be taking questions?
Absolutely.
Are there questions from the committee? Okay, seeing, oh, yes, Representative Brennan, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you aware of any instances where individuals have requested a checklist and then abused the checklist by harassing members of the community based on information that they were able to obtain on the checklist?
I don't personally, but why should that be? Here's the condition. People are going to do things all the time, sometimes nice, sometimes not so nice. Why punish everybody for people? If those people are acting out of control or not within the bounds, that shouldn't be the determination for the rest of us who don't act like that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. I have no other people signed up to speak. Online, there were 46 in support and 17 signed in opposed. With that, I am going to close the public hearing on HB 1446. I'll open the public hearing for HB 1577. Representative Brennan, I assume you'll be introducing? Well, you're the first named. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative C, I apologize. I got ahead of myself. I'm sorry. Then whenever you're ready, Representative.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the House Election Law Committee. I'm Representative Alvin C. of Loudon, serving 8 towns in Merrimack County, District 26. Today, I'm introducing House Bill 1577, an act relative to digital images of ballots. This bill is intended to provide an opportunity for New Hampshire citizens to check for himself the accuracy of the new digital ballot tabulating devices. This can be done in a manner that protects the integrity of the original ballots and the machine results, so that any discrepancies found can be formally investigated with the original ballots and machine data. The old AccuVote devices have a history of reporting widely differing numbers of overvotes that went on for decades without resolution. There were a couple of steps that could have been taken to investigate and possibly minimize the apparent vote problem, but weren't. At least we recently got a workaround to bypass the problem by rejecting ballots detected to have an overvote and have them hand counted. This bill provides an opportunity for citizens to examine and possibly identify any idiosyncrasies of the new digital ballot counting devices may have, so the state can get the devices corrected or their use discontinued. We need to find and expose any irregularities in these devices early, rather than waiting decades until the devices are near the end of useful life. We deserve extreme accuracy in the counting of ballots for our elections. This bill essentially provides a rather inexpensive way to have some or all of the new electronic ballot counting devices audited, albeit unofficially. This bill provides a path for an official audit or investigation if the results so warrant. For anyone who examines the digital images and compares their observation to the record of how the machine interpreted each vote on the ballot, the most likely source of discrepancy would be with poorly marked ovals by the voter. There are instructions on the ballot saying to fill in the oval, but a few voters seem to miss that and only put in a small or lightweight mark in the ovals, which the machine may not detect. The devices are designed not to detect smudges or hesitation marks and count them as votes. An important thing for an observer to look for is discrepancies in how the device totals up the votes detected to see if there are any programming errors or symptoms of tampering. This may be reported and a formal investigation made. The Secretary of State will supervise this process, schedule access for the observers, and provide for the protection of the original election data. Since this is an unofficial procedure, it will need to wait until after the recount period is to avoid distractions during that time. However, the Secretary may order an examination of digital images under his supervision to be done in conjunction with a recount or audit if conditions warrant. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the committee? Oh. Representative Brennan?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Do you have any idea of how much time this would take a municipal employee to supervise a member of the public wanting to view these ballots?
Thank you for the question. As this bill says, that it would be through the Secretary of State to do this, so it would not be a municipal issue.
My apologies. I should have said Secretary of State's
Okay.
office. And an employee of the state would be supervising this.
I
How
don't
much
know,
time?
and the secretary is here, and I think he'll be able to better answer that question for you.
Thank you.
And he is up next. So, seeing no other questions, thank you, Representative C. The one and only Secretary Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Once again, I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. Here to just provide information to the committee on this bill. There are three really important tenets in conducting an election. First, that voters be able to cast their votes privately on a ballot, and that their vote remains anonymous, it's secret. Number two is that there be a process after the election that involves recounts and appeals and things like that, that affirm the results and give the voters confidence that there was a good, fair, accurate election. And then the third part of that is that once that is done, there is finality to the election process, that, the results are what they were, and they're behind us, and we move forward. And what Representative C has proposed deals with that middle tenet of making sure that we can have confidence in the election results. And I believe strongly that, that process has to be as transparent as we can make it. And his proposal is timely, maybe a little bit premature, because we are on the verge now of going to a new generation of ballot counting devices which use digital scan technology, where the actual image of the ballot can be recorded and is available for confirming the results of an election, whether it's through a really rigid or aggressive audit process, or whether we open it up to let citizens have the opportunity to view those ballots for a period of time. And I think that is going to take a little time to determine how that is going to play out. From my perspective, our focus is on getting these new devices in place so that they replace the very rapidly aging AccuVote machines that are out there. I think we need to be looking at what the audit process is going to look like, and then once we complete that focus, how much broader is the public opportunity going to be to view the ballots? So I think that Representative C is off to a good start. I think some of the provisions in the bill need a lot of refinement before they could be implemented. And I'm certainly happy to work with Representative C and the committee on doing that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Do you have any concerns about the portion of this bill that would make ballots public record rather than exempt from 91A?
Yes, there have on a regular basis been attempts to exempt the actual ballots from 91A. And the position that I have taken in the past is that keeping the ballots private protects the secret vote of the voters. There is a pretty there is an easy opportunity to request recounts, so that there is an opportunity to view the ballots. There are appeal processes to the recount process. Because of that, I think that there should be a formal, organized, and carefully administered opportunity for voters to see the ballots if they want to. But again, at some point, there needs to be finality to the election, and that the results are what they are, and then we move forward and look at the next one.
Vice Chairman Bohm?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a question on page 2, line 21, where it says for what word I'm talking about? Handwriting shall be exempt from RSA 91A. It should be public record. Would that then really do away with that it's a secret ballot if handwriting can be analyzed for a mail-in ballot?
Well, it could. I have seen, and this doesn't happen often, but I have seen where voters sign their ballot. You know, they feel strongly about their vote. And there are ways, trying to think of the best way to say this. Prior to the early 1890s, vote buying was a real problem in this country. And the secret ballot solved that problem. It just eliminated it on the spot. To the extent that you allow ballots to be viewed after the election, you create an opportunity for that type of voter fraud to resurface. And it could be as simple as saying, you know, I will pay you $50 if you vote for this person for president. And the way I know it's going to be your ballot is if on the, you know, the last race on the ballot, you write in Daniel Webster. So, you know, there are potential fraud opportunities that go along with making ballots public as well.
So it says, to that point, do we allow people to take pictures of ballots during recounts?
Yes, I don't think there's anything to prevent that from happening.
Thank you. All right. Representative Brennan with a follow-up.
Please, thank you. So, am I understanding your testimony correctly that the three points that you were making earlier, this bill essentially violates all three of those points?
No, no, I think that what Representative C is proposing here is an opportunity for giving the public greater confidence in the election process by being more transparent. I think that, you know, we have a generous ability to request recounts where every ballot is viewed, everybody that's observing can see how those ballots are being counted. And I think that part of this legislation is an extension of that. It allows people to look at ballots and, you know, give some confidence that, you know, the election was fair and accurate.
Representative Weary.
Thank you. Just with respect to the effective date and the availability of the two machines approved by the Ballot Law Commission, do you know, or could you remind me when those will be available, and procurement and purchasing logistics aside, when would those be available to New Hampshire?
So what I know at this point in time is that there were two devices that were conditionally approved. A device by a company called Voting Works, which is a small company, but they use open source software, so the code is non-proprietary. And then the other device that was approved was a device that's manufactured by Dominion and marketed through the local vendor that currently provides the AccuVote. They do a great job maintaining the machines, and their service is good. The Voting Works company came to us with their plan to meet the conditional approval, which is go to a nationally certified laboratory to make sure that certain components of the machine will operate and that they're secure. And it looks like they are on track to have 4 or 5 devices in 4 or 5 towns available for the March town meeting. And if that's successful, then they'll be more readily available for the fall elections. Dominion threw us a bit of a curveball because New Hampshire is a very small, and I mean a very small market to a company that size. And at this point, it does not seem that they are willing to take their product to a nationally certified laboratory just to satisfy the certification requirements of little old New Hampshire. What they intend to do, what they want to do is take their whole suite of products, many of which don't apply to New Hampshire, but have a national market, and submit them all at the same time. So I could not tell you at the moment when the Dominion is going to have, when they're going to meet the certification conditional requirements for the state. It may not be until after the fall elections.
Voting Works is doing it though, right?
Voting Works is still there.
And what was my favorite? Do you remember?
I don't remember which.
It was
which one.
Voting Works. Representative Weary.
Yeah, so ostensibly, Voting Works is available, and for those towns and wards that choose to use that machine, it would be feasible for this bill, all changes aside, if it should be approved, to use that, as soon as scanning devices are available. But still waiting on those communities that might prefer a Dominion machine or something like that. Is that approximately correct?
Yes, this bill would apply to the new digital scan technology.
Okay. Representative Rafter.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. You mentioned that at some point elections need to be final. What kind of a time period would you suggest for access to these images after an election?
Maybe 3 months, 4 months.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Do you have an estimated cost for the labor that would be required of the Secretary of State's office to oversee individuals who are requesting these digital images?
Before you answer that, I accidentally turned your mic off. So if you turn it back on, thank you.
That was convenient. I don't. I mentioned when I first made my remarks that parts of this bill need some significant refinement, and I think it would be that refinement that would determine what the actual cost would end up being.
Okay, thank you.
I have one final question. It's philosophical. Doesn't really pertain too much to this bill. So we had 5 people vote in Dixville Notch. They all voted for the same candidate.
We all know how they voted.
Did they have a secret ballot? 6. Did they have a secret ballot? Philosophical question.
I'll take that as rhetorical. Yeah. Thank you.
Tree falls in Dixville Notch.
That's right. In case you're wondering what goes through my brain, that's what goes through my brain.
Doesn't make any noise.
We're in recess for 2 minutes until we can start at 11. They did not use the new working Voting Works, but they had. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. We're going to come out of recess. I forgot to read in on HB 1577. We had 3 signed in online for support, 30 opposed, and 3 neutral. So with that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1577, and we will open up the public hearing on House Bill 1705 relative to classifying ballots as public information. Representative McCarter, you are recognized to introduce the bill. Welcome to election law.
Thank you, Chairman. Pardon me, I've gotten over a sinus infection this weekend and it's still hanging on just a little bit. Nikki McCarter, representative from Belmont, representing Belknap District 8. And I submitted HB 1705 on behalf of many constituents reaching out to me, just expressing their frustration with the fact that ballots are excluded from 91A, and worked with a couple of different people and some legislators on crafting the language for this bill, which is what you have before you right now. I just want to say a few things. If you are familiar with the case Miranda v. Arizona, the Supreme Court stated where rights are secured by the Constitution, there can be no rulemaking or legislation that would abrogate them. So to exempt ballots from a 91A statute, I would suspect, sounds like the Supreme Court is saying you can't do that. That's my understanding of that. They should be public records like everything else. With the appropriate means to request that information. As we all know, we just all voted on last Tuesday. Ballots are anonymous. You don't know who cast which ballot unless you are from Dixville Notch, as we've just discussed. So I wouldn't think there'd be any privacy concerns with creating a method or a means in which the ballots can be accessed through public records requests. For the purpose of citizen audits or what other kind of queries that somebody may be looking to do for statistical research or what have you, to try to raise the confidence of the voting populace that the results published are the actual results that were cast. And I think we still have a lot of work to do in that space, getting the public to accept that our elections are safe and secure and free and fair, and that's why I submitted this bill.
Okay, questions from the committee?
I will take
Seeing
questions.
none, I guess we'll. Oh, never mind. Representative Quay's not going to let you off the hook that easy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
and thank you, Representative.
I
for
may
taking-
not be able to answer. I'll give it a try.
Oh, I understand that. It's long been my policy. If I don't know, I say so, and that's a correct answer. But thank you for taking my question. And in reviewing the bill, it states that ballots would no longer be exempt from a right to know request. That seems to imply to me that that would be a requirement to comply with all right to know requests from anybody, any member of the public, to see ballots.
Okay.
On page 1, lines 6 through 8, directly following that section, it specifies a procedure for the Secretary of State to follow to have viewing opportunities.
Yes.
But I couldn't see there where it says that's the exclusive procedure for the public to view ballots. So I wonder if there's a contradiction there. I mean, it seems to imply that it would still be possible for anybody to request ballots under a right to know request.
I suppose there's room there to make some adjustments or some amended language to tighten that up a bit, and I'd be happy to look at that and do that as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, can I have a follow-up?
You know what? Just for you, yes.
Oh, well,
You, yes.
well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that courtesy. On lines 8 through 9, the bill says, hang on a second, every town and ward shall save scanned images of all ballots cast in an election.
that seems to imply a requirement that all towns, including those that do hand counting of paper ballots without a machine, would then have to scan ballots to comply with this portion of the bill.
I'm thinking the intent here would be to facilitate ease in storage of this information instead of having thousands of boxes of ballots that someone's going to have to paw through now. Perhaps it's easy. It's as simple as creating an electronic format to fulfill an information request from a particular ward or town. And yeah, I guess it would mean that the towns that hand count would need to have high-speed scanners to be able to generate those types of images.
Okay, thank you for answering my question. And thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wood.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Actually, he asked the question I was going to ask, but I just was thinking that maybe you did, when you're doing the research, do you know why and when this exemption was made to 91A? I mean, it seems odd to me. I'll have to look at the history, but do you know?
I do not know.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I read through this again this morning and thought to myself, you should know the answer to this question because someone's going to ask that, and I did not look it up, so I do not know.
I'll look it up for you when we get the debate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just trying to understand the process. So the calendar to view paper ballots is set by the Secretary of State's office, correct?
Correct.
But the viewing is taking place at the town or city location?
I think that's the intent of the bill, so that someone doesn't have to drive from, say, Colebrook to the Secretary of State's office or the state archives or, wherever this ends up being. And I think that's a logistical thing that we as the legislature should work to accomplish.
Okay.
Making public records accessible to the public. They're their documents. Part 1, Article 8 says that.
Sure.
I think it's our job as the legislature to try to make that logistically feasible and not outlandishly either expensive or inconvenient for the public. So perhaps yes.
Okay. Follow-up question?
Just a second. As a answer to Representative Wood's question, our wonderful, as Representative Arkenberg pointed out to me, our wonderful committee researcher has prepared us a full memo on why ballots were exempted from 91A, including relevant case law. And Representative McCarty, if you'd like my copy of it, you're more than welcome to it because I have it electronically.
I have it electronically, I'm sure. Unless you can
Follow up from Representative Burnham.
Yes. So that would definitely create a different situation in the towns and cities for their viewing. My understanding is that a public viewing or is it private viewing? I'm trying to understand it in my town, like how that would work. If they're not scanning or don't have access to scanning ballots at this time.
I'd also think that is, again, something us as the legislature can work to resolve, that if a town hand counts and they don't have the scanning devices, the high-speed scanners, perhaps there's one or two or several from the Secretary of State's office that get dispatched to those communities so that they can scan their ballots, and the towns that have access to them don't need that resource. I'm not really certain at this time how the logistics would work.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Rafter.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question.
Thank
you. This bill proposes that the images are available within 48 hours after the close of an election. I think 1577 that we just reviewed said after recounts. So the 48 hours is certainly before any recounts. Would you want to?
I think there's room there to amend that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Hearing none, thank you so much. Secretary Scanlon, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. Here in opposition to this bill, and I'm not going to repeat the testimony that I gave earlier. I think this falls in the same category as trying to be as transparent as possible between, the voter casting their secret ballot and the finality to elections. I think there's a strong desire to see efforts made, whether it's through audits or the ability to a formal ability to view ballots, just to instill that confidence that the election was fair and accurate. This bill has some significant issues with it. I think they've already been mentioned through questions of the committee. First, I don't think that it is a good idea that we give the public the opportunity to handle the actual paper ballots. That is the official record of the election, and that has to be kept safe and secure. And after the election is over, those ballots are sealed, and the only time that they are opened up is if there's a recount that's requested, or if a court orders them opened up because somebody brought a strong case forward that, we need to take a closer look. Otherwise, they're sealed. They're kept for 22 months for a state or federal election, and then they can be destroyed. The history of the 91A issue, ballots have never been subject to being opened up and reviewed after the election is over and after the seals have been placed on them, except for a recount or a court order. It became an issue in the early 2000s when there were some academic groups, this is my recollection, that were asking if they could review the ballots prior to their destruction after the retention period was over for holding them. And the statute making them exempt from 91A came about as a result of that, just to make sure that everybody understood that, that once the election was over, the ballots were still to be kept private. And the issue of making the images of scanned copies of the ballots available in a format that is easily accessible by the public within 48 hours of the election. I suppose if you threw enough money at it, it could happen, but that would be a very challenging thing to do. So with that, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you,
Thank you.
Secretary Scanlon. Al Brandano? Oh, withdrawn, easy enough. And last up, Natch Grays from the New Hampshire Municipal Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Graves for the Municipal Association. I second everything that Secretary Scanlon has already said today. We did our best in the fiscal note to provide information to LBA so that they could calculate the approximate cost. We assumed that if we were to scan, require that all ballots be scanned within 48 hours, that would require high-speed scanners similar to the scanner purchased by the Secretary's office in response to some legislation passed for the election audits. I believe the Secretary had reported at that time in a fiscal note that it was about $40,000 for that scanner. So when we did the math, we came up with 9.36 million spread out over all cities and towns. So we do oppose this legislation, if I didn't say that in the first place. As the Secretary said, we have a very robust system for how our elections are processed. As you are all very familiar, we're very confident in that system, and we look forward to working with the committee and the Secretary's office to continue to improve that system. And we don't believe this legislation would be necessary or assist us in receiving accurate results. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. So the 9.36 million, 40,000 scanners times 234 municipalities. So the assumption is that it cannot be shared under any circumstances between municipalities or, from a centralized unit coming from the Secretary of State's office or something like that.
That was our assumption, given the volume of voting, given that, obviously there's some small cities and towns, but there's no provision now for, a town clerk after they've sealed the ballots to bring those to another municipality, unseal them, scan them, and then bring them to where they need to go. That would require additional legislation, so we assume that each municipality would have to do this scanning on their own.
Follow up.
Yeah, so I may be remembering this number incorrectly, but I understand there are 135 communities or so forth right now that are currently hand counting.
Yes.
So the rest are using the old machines and are doing those, and
Correct.
those machines will eventually have to be replaced. I'm assuming that those communities will probably not veer toward hand counting, having established the machine usage already. With those as assumptions, do you think this 234 municipality number is still correct? If there's only 135 hand counting communities?
So there are 234 municipalities. I don't anticipate that changing. I don't know, obviously it's a local option as to whether hand count or not. I don't know how that might adjust. My understanding, and I defer completely to the Secretary of State here, is that the new machines that have been going through the approval process would not automatically save digital copies of those. And even if they did, you'd still have those ballots that somebody undervoted or overvoted, which legislation, I believe, last year clarified. Those are basically kicked out from the machine, put into the third pocket, side pocket there. So you'd have a whole kind of little stack of ballots that wouldn't have gone through the machine. You have to somehow account for those and account for those votes. And obviously, if we continue to go with the intent of the voter, if you have something like an eraser mark or something like that, you have to figure out how to get that scanned in and into the system so that you have an accurate number of digital ballots and you don't have kind of multiple piles of ballots from one jurisdiction. So I assume what you would do is get kind of a high-speed scanner like the Secretary's office has that can digitize all ballots regardless of how voters marked them, so that that could be reviewed completely within that 48-hour timeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. There are no one else signed up to speak in person, and my computer just shut, so I can't. All right, and so we had 36 people signed in online in support, 32 signed in online as opposed, and 2 signed in online as neutral. With that, I am closing the public hearing on HB 1705. The committee will stand in recess until 11:30. Thank you. Okay, it's officially 11:30, so we're going to reconvene the House Election Law Committee, open the public hearing on House Bill 1313F in local relative to access to the voter checklist by candidates. Welcome Representative Cole to election law. Everybody be gentle, it's his first time here. So, Representative, you're recognized to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Representative Cole of Manchester, House Bill 1313, relative to the access to the voter checklist by candidates. So basically what this bill is just asking the towns and the cities to put it in a format that's sortable. I come from Manchester. There's a population of 120,000 people. We get our voter list. It's an alphabetical form, and you can't sort it. So, for instance, when I want to go out door knocking or politicking, I want to sort it by the street, talk to everybody on the street. I can't do it. I'd have to bring my whole thing with me and go by name. So that's basically all I'm asking to do. It's pretty straightforward, I think.
Okay, well, you needed five. You took 5 minutes. Do you have anything else you want to opine for the next 4 minutes, 45 seconds? Or
Sure, if any questions. I don't know. I'm usually pretty straight and to the point. So, I mean, that's.
are there questions from the committee? Representative Howard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Earlier today, we heard a similar bill in which the Secretary of State testified that electronic copies sent by email may be difficult to send, and that the word shall may be difficult language. Would you be acceptable to changing that shall to a may?
Sure.
Thank you.
That's a hard bargain. Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding with this bill, though, this is coming from the municipalities, correct?
Correct.
Only to the candidates, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So then that is a possibility that it can be sent by
Yeah.
email.
I believe that's the way Manchester collects the information now is in a database. Everything, you take your driver's license and they just scan you in now. I mean, that information is already there. I just want it to be put in a format that's usable for us.
Right.
And I think everyone here can agree that they probably want it in a format that they can use when they're out doing their campaigning. You know, it's probably one of the most bipartisan things I could think of when I did this. So.
Yet you put me on the bill, which is a huge mistake. So, anyone else have any questions? Representative Muirhead would like to give us his knowledge.
I would, yeah, no, I'm going to withhold. I don't have much, but just a quick question. You said electronic copy, but you want a usable form. Do you want it like in a spreadsheet? Would it like would an electronic PDF file that wouldn't satisfy you? So it needs to. This bill needs to say more than like sortable. Okay.
It says sortable in the bill, and that's exactly what I'm kind of getting at as a spreadsheet or some kind of sortable file.
Further questions?
Are you happy with your co-sponsors?
I am very happy. Ross gave me some tips on it. We cleaned it up a little bit before we presented it to you guys. So,
Representative Weary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Just a quick clarification. Is this intended, it says in towns and cities, so when the Secretary of State testified earlier, he was talking about statewide and the necessity or the unlikelihood that such large list could be sent by email, but for towns and cities, you're really talking about a much smaller list than not a statewide.
120,000 people in a spreadsheet really is not
Yeah,
a big
that's not
spreadsheet. It's not a
at
big
all.
deal.
So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
Representative Quayle.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I note that in the bill itself, it says the supervisors shall furnish a physical copy to any person requesting it. But the title of the bill says access to voter checklist by candidates. It's just, I'm just curious about that difference. Thank you. It's
Well, something we'll have to resolve, I imagine.
I guess so, yeah.
Lines
OLS makes the titles.
lines 7 and 8.
Yes, because I've asked for my bills to be titled "The Best Bill Ever," and they refuse to do it. So, but good catch.
The deep state.
The deep state gets me again. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Representative Cole. Representative Cole, are you over there in 304 today?
Yes, I am.
Can we have our room back?
After we deal with the cannabis legislation.
Thank you. One more, Representative Porcelli. I'm sorry, is that the right? Did I get the name right? I'm sorry, I tossed it so fast. Yep, Representative Porcelli, you're up next. See, we can have fun at election law. They said election law. It's boring. It's drab. Why do you want to do it? No, I said it's fun.
Hello again. Representative Susan Porcelli, Rockingham District 19, Hampton Falls and Kensington. Thank you again for letting me testify here. This bill is similar to the one we heard earlier this morning, but the arguments are still very important. Having access to this data is absolutely critical to make sure that we maintain our citizen legislature and be able to access our First Amendment by getting out our message to our voters. And this simply states, just send us the data in some type of format where we can sort it, evaluate it, and use the data very effectively in a very cost-effective way. By eliminating this fee, I believe strongly it will encourage additional participation. I don't believe it's a burden at all to send this data. If absolutely necessary, the email could be sent in, you could break up the format and send multiple emails. This happens all the time. We have other committees that have a lot of data that's transmitted by our town representatives. For example, our planning board. Some of the documents are huge and they just send it in multiple emails. And I don't believe that this would be onerous to our town clerks. And I think it is a very specious argument to say that people will be requesting this data every day or every hour. I have not found that to be the case. I think that people that want this data are very serious about making their message heard. And I believe this is a very bipartisan effort, and it will benefit everyone that is interested in democracy and making sure they have the ability to reach their voters. So I respectfully ask to pass this bill, OTP 20-0.
20-0. Questions from the committee. Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. To your comment about no one will ask this data every day.
I don't believe
Yeah.
so.
So would you be open for saying that limiting the request, let's say every election cycle, a candidate can make this request?
Perhaps we can let the town clerk determine if there is someone that is abusing the request. Perhaps we can put some type of language in there, but I really believe that access to this data is very important, and I'm sure that our town clerks can monitor that to see if there is anyone that is abusing it, and perhaps, referring them to the Secretary of State.
Follow up?
Do you find any reason for a candidate to request this data more than once every election cycle?
And again, I believe that access to the data is the important issue and not the frequency, which I do believe will probably be every election cycle. But if there are some updates or there's a specific reason, I would really hate to limit that by law. And I believe people are very reasonable and they will understand that this is a benefit to them and that they won't abuse this privilege. But it is public data, and the bill is just saying make it in a format that will comport with where we are today and how we communicate today. And I wish that we still had the town square and we made great speeches and everyone came to the public common, but unfortunately we're in the electronic age and we really need to make sure that we're accommodating that. Thank you.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Are you aware of instances where community members, individuals are requesting information from municipalities and abusing that information, such like the checklist or, 91A requests?
I worked with my town clerk
I'm
and
going to pause real fast. Can you
Excuse
define what abuse means?
Um, there are instances throughout New Hampshire where people are submitting voluminous requests that is overburdening the municipalities and the town clerks and town employees. So that might be one form of abuse. And then another form of abuse might be requesting the voter checklist and using that voter checklist to target specific individuals based on the information found on that checklist, target them for harassment and such. It is something that is happening, and so that is the basis for my question. Are you aware that these things are happening in municipalities and affecting communities and individuals who are subject to this type of abuse of public records?
Well, the right to know law is something totally separate, so it has nothing to do with this request. And I don't believe that there is a lot of documented cases because the information is public. You could walk into your town hall and look at the information. So it is totally public. This will not change that in any way. It's just making it available in a sortable format. So my town clerk, in correspondence with other town clerks in the area, have absolutely not had any instances of abuse or undue requests. As a matter of fact, we want to encourage public participation and make sure that we're making it easier for small communities, large communities to have their public officials be able to communicate a message, or their budget committees or their school board committees, and increasing information is something that we're very proud of here in the state of New Hampshire.
Further questions from the committee? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. There's no one else signed up to speak. Online, there was 41 in support, 1 opposed, and 0 were neutral. So 41 to 1. It's pretty good.
Where are the neutrals?
I don't know. They didn't show up. That's the last bill we have on the docket before our lunch break. So we'll come back. I'm going to close this public hearing. Let me say that formally. I'm closing the public hearing on HB 1313. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock sharp on HB 1704. Before we go, I am going to schedule us for next Tuesday. Basically, we are going to meet every Tuesday going forward. My goal is to try to get through all of our bills before the end of February. So there's going to be some kind of longer days in there. I am going to consult with Representative Lane on the possibility of us voting. Session on Thursday is supposed to be short, so I'm going to consult with Representative Lane to see if there's consensus on any of the bills that we've heard today that we can dispense with on Thursday. I have the right as chair to do that arbitrarily on my own, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to consult with the ranking member. So please be aware of that. It's only going to be for things that we have consensus on. So just as a FYI, Tuesdays, long days, they will start being executive sessions on the back half of it. And please be aware that on Thursday, you might hear the Hey, Election Laws meeting announcement. So, Representative Ware, do you have a question?
Yes, is it possible to forego the last Tuesday in February when school vacation?
Yes, that's school vacation, so I want to be done by then. Because we don't have session for that. So, no, we're going to be hauling. We're going to be hauling.
I
want
like
to be-
Holland. Holland's a good thing.
So, on a personal level, my game plan is to dispense with election law, and then I'm going to focus on the child care committee because we have a lot of good work we're doing over there, too. So, any other questions, comments, concerns? All right.
Would you
Awesome.
think about Wednesday next week instead of Tuesday?
Wednesday is when I'm doing child care, so no. All right. I'll see you guys after lunch. Okay, 1 o'clock. Definitely was here. I'm going to reopen the House Election Law Committee and open up the public hearing for 1704 FN relative to the Reconciliation of Ballots Act. I don't have it. Oh, here we go. Prime sponsor. McCarter, is Representative McCarter here? You are up. You are the prime sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Nikki McCarter from Belmont, represent Belknap County District 8. And I submitted this bill, another one, on behalf of a group of constituents to try to shore up some of the doubts with our election system. In Part 2, Article 32, the founding generation prescribed the mandatory terms of contract in this constitutional voting provisions. The terms expressly call for humans to sort and count the ballots. Human eyewitnesses are a necessary component of the New Hampshire Constitution, Part 2, Article 32, because only human eyewitnesses can be called on to a witness stand, placed under penalty of perjury, and compelled to testify of what they witnessed during the sorting and counting of ballots. Any machine which replaces humans in the sort and count is an automatic interruption in the human eyewitness chain of custody prescribed for in the sort and count. This bill will codify and detail the parameters for an acceptable sort and count method of the New Hampshire election ballots. I have the original as submitted bill in front of you. We have an amended version that was drafted by the original author. I was not the original author, but that man is here today. And we have an amended version that we'd like to provide to you when it's his turn to speak. And we will submit that to OLS if that's okay to do
Do you have
that.
copies of it now?
Yes.
Let's just distribute it now. I think.
Okay.
Is it-
I don't, but when he gets up to speak, he has it.
Okay.
All right. So I'll defer to Mark Rossetti as the author of the bill. I submitted on his behalf. I merely acted as the conduit for the information.
That's totally fine. We'll direct our questions to Mark. There it is. You're good.
Thank you.
That's all set. I do that all the time. It's my favorite thing to introduce a bill and say, no questions, adios. No questions. Mr. Rossetti, do you have your proposed amendment?
I do.
If you want to distribute it to the committee before we start, it's a courtesy. We tend to act in good faith here, so if this is what I totally get. We don't always make the deadline. I got my own thing to distribute too here, so.
There are 2 pages underneath of each one. And I think I counted 13 people here. I just gave you 5 of those. And I've gotten that far. There. We can pass these up and I've got one more. Thank you for your patience, folks. You want? Grab yours and pass it up. I'll put you for another. What? Hello, folks. Thanks for hearing me today. I decided to write this bill because a number of people.
Before you start, give me your name and your town.
Mark Rossetti, West Hopkinton. And I find that by examining the Constitution and looking at our RSAs. The reason why I wrote this was New Hampshire RSA, the 65640 was passed in 1979, and it was created to utilize voting machines on a temporary basis. To me, that is overriding our Constitution. And our Constitution, Part 2, Article 32, talks about voting. So I'm going to read something quickly here, and then I'm going to explain a couple of things about the bill, and I'll be done. The New Hampshire State Constitution is the law of the land to be enforced unless amended. Written in 1783 and reworded in 1792, Part 2, Article 32 specifies how and when votes are to be counted, and it has not been amended. It has not been changed. So to amend an article of the Constitution required by a vote, consent of the people. Article 32 clearly states that votes be governed by a moderator who shall, in the presence of selectmen, whose duty it shall be to attend an open meeting, receive the votes of all of the inhabitants of such towns and wards present, and shall in said meetings, in the president of the said selectmen, and the town or city clerk, in said meetings, sort and count said votes. I don't see electronic vote counting device anywhere in Article 32. So we have machines in this state that are not constitutional for us to use to vote with. I can prove it 10 different ways from China. So these machines are dangerous, and I decided to write this bill. And what happened was I was contacted about it 4 days before I started writing about it, and I worked around the clock to write it because we had to pass it in by a certain date. And when it got passed in, it was my first draft. And that first draft came back from the LOB quite marked up and doesn't look anything like the bill that I created. So you folks have in hand now my second and final draft. And so the negative connotations that were found in this bill that came back from the LOB, I've got that copy here someplace. No, I don't. I need your copy. Yeah, if you look at methodology on the second to last page, it speaks about the costs, so on and so forth. I've made all of those with my second draft. Very irrelevant. The costs have mostly gone away. And let's see. Yes, methodology. So there are a list of negatives there. Mandating one polling place for every 5,000 eligible voters is gone. Requiring all ballots to be stored in a 24-hour continuously electronically surveyed, secured. That's basically turned into, at the town where they collect the votes, in the new draft, they're held and then brought up as usual by a selectman, but they will need to be archived at the state archives. That's where the ballots are held now, but the only difference will be surveillance at the state archives in a different way of order. But all of these different things here are basically alleviated that you see in the methodology. I've basically wiped those out with my second draft. So there you have it. That's all I can say. The nuts and bolts of it are there for you to read. If you have any questions, I'd be pleased to answer.
Questions from the committee? Representative Hamer.
Thank you for taking my question. Have you ever worked an election?
I have not.
Okay.
I have not, but I've studied them deeply. I've been up to the State House here probably more than most of the reps do in one turn since 1992, and I've watched closely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Here, Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I appreciate the work that you have done on both drafts. And I understand your testimony is that you have taken all of the negatives out of the first one to make the second one. One of them being the suitable polling place for every 5,000 eligible voters.
Right.
Your second draft says limit all polling locations to 5,000 lawful voters. And that's on the bottom of page 4.
Page
I understand that that is
And
particularly
and
challenging.
that's supposed to be gone. I'm very sorry. I put this all together as fast as I could, believe, and we couldn't pass it in.
Okay, further questions from the committee? Okay, hearing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up is, it's 2 lobbyists. Oh, no, it's not, it's 1 lobbyist. Natchez Gray.
Thank you very much,
Oh,
folks.
I'm sorry, actually, Mr. Gray, I missed Secretary Scanlon's card. It's so in case anybody knows the order I always go by, it's elected officials, the Secretary of State, the general public, and then lobbyists. The lobbyists, you guys get paid to be here, so you get to go last.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. Here in opposition to House Bill 1704. Frankly, when I started to read this bill, I really couldn't get beyond the end of the first page where the bill calls for placing serial numbers on every ballot, along with a perforated receipt that goes along with that. And if you were here this morning in testimony that I gave on an earlier bill, one of the most fundamental things about conducting an election is that every voter should be guaranteed that their ballot is going to be secret and private. And anytime you put a distinguishing number on a ballot that can be tied to the voter, that is a serious problem. And so I would oppose this bill just on that basis. I mentioned that we had an issue with vote buying and intimidation schemes prior to 1890 because there were ways for individuals to find out how people voted. And this bill basically goes back to that time frame and creates that opportunity, especially where the bill says that you can take the perforated receipt, go to the town clerk or the Secretary of State, whoever's housing those ballots, for a period of 5 years, and actually obtain a copy of that ballot that you could then show to somebody that might be offering money for purchasing a vote. So just on that basis alone, I would urge the committee to kill this bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee, Representative Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the constitutionality issue, could you please relate to that, like counting, how, it doesn't say anything how it's counted, correct?
Yes, and I think that the prior testimony is certainly an opinion on what the Constitution says. I believe that the courts have taken this issue up in past cases. And from my perspective, the Constitution says that the votes shall be sorted, counted in public, which is what happens. It's just that there's a ballot counting device that's counting those ballots instead of teams of volunteers at the polling place.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Brennan?
Thank you. Are you aware that there have been numerous studies done, testing done, that shows that tabulators, ballot counting devices, more accurately tally the votes than hand counting? Or another way, that there are more errors in hand counting than there are with the use of tabulators or ballot counting devices?
I'm aware of studies to that effect, and they confirm that. But I don't want to minimize the concern that's out there. Sometimes the machines fail, and we saw that happen in Windham, in New Hampshire, when a crease through an oval was improperly counting ballots. And so when things like that happen, it certainly it causes some concern. And the way we deal with that is we have a robust way to make sure that we can verify the results, whether it's an audit process or a formal type of review of ballots. But then when that process is done, there needs to be finality to the election.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the 2 new ballot counting devices, that there would be minimal errors, and with our process of auditing via hand counting in the way that is prescribed in law and the way that you typically follow, are you satisfied with the 2 new ballot counting devices and our established processes for auditing elections, that there would be no need to mandate hand counting as this bill does?
Well, we went through a very rigorous process to so that the Ballot Law Commission could approve a couple of devices. One of those is an open source software code that is non-proprietary, so anybody can take a look at that. I think that instills confidence, but I think we still need to have the opportunity for hand recounts, where we look at every single ballot, and that those ballots can be challenged as part of that process. And I think that we need to come up with a good audit system that will instill confidence in the results. And we know that the legislature tried to address that last time, and it didn't work out that well. So hopefully we can do a better job this time.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Rusan Chester.
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. My name's Russian Chester. I live in Bedford, New Hampshire. I've been involved with election integrity for many, many years in New Hampshire, with concerns going as far back as when I lived in Hooksett, New Hampshire. So that's more than 15 years ago. I did not become involved until the Dominion machines became commonplace in New Hampshire. But the bottom line is that there is a huge issue of trust and lack of transparency. At my town, every single election, there are anomalies. There are issues. In 2020, we ran out of ballots, so we took a bunch of copies. There was no chain of command. Everybody was just doing their own thing, and that's not okay. So that's a little bit where the audit responsibility comes in. The other issue is the machines that we use currently.
Sir, can you turn the flash off on your camera?
No.
Thank you.
I was like, I don't have a flash on. The other issue is that the current machines that we use are what they call complete closed. We have no transparency whatsoever. I was a programmer back in the 70s. I don't know if most of you folks probably don't remember, don't go back that far, but one of our sayings used to say, garbage in, garbage out. And these programmers, all LHS is a middleman. They are not proprietary. They do not own these machines. They do not make these machines. They do not manufacture these machines. All they do is do the program that is sent to them on those chips, and they update it. But no one here at the state of New Hampshire is allowed to see what that program says. There is absolutely no checks and balances. So the fact that we have 2 systems, one is LHS, which is a completely closed, and the other one that's an open source. Now, the nice thing about the open source is that it's very transparent. and transparency is so important right now in our elections, in every aspect of our lives, because we, the people, do not trust the people that are in our government positions. We don't trust our election officials in some cases. Some towns we do. But I don't know if you folks remember Bedford from 2020, where 1,500 missing, uncounted mail-in ballots were withheld. Now, that was not a machine issue, that was a people issue. But the bottom line is, had the attorney who was the assistant, an attorney who was an assistant moderator, had not advocated to keep it a secret, we would have found out about those 1,500 ballots, and those 1,500 mail-in absentee ballots may not have been disenfranchised. It is time for complete transparency. And I hear about robust audits and when we're going to have a problem. Well, I was just at the most recent election in Bedford, and I watched a town councilor bring up 4 batches of ballots that they found to be hand counted. Now, how does that happen? There's absolutely no transparency, and this bill allows, the bottom line is things are so broken. Can we even talk about, well, we'll just use the machines and we'll keep going? It is unconstitutional. The Constitution is not an opinion. The Constitution is clear. The Constitution says every ballot will be hand counted. Now, if you folks want to use a tabulating machine and then, as a second, do a hand count, well, then you're meeting the requirement of the Constitution. But to say that the Constitution is an opinion is egregious, in my opinion. I have years and years of watching things go not quite right. The election before this one, in 2022, I submitted 23 issues that were brought before the Secretary of State and or the Attorney General's office because I sat there and watched it. It's happening. It's happening throughout our state. And there's already a lot of towns that do hand counts. When the machines went down this past election, even more had to do hand counts. Maybe it's time to get back to basics. It's not going to take much longer, especially with the poll books right now, which is another disaster because it switched over 400 people in our town got switched from their party somehow. Electronics are only as good as the programmers. Electronics can always be hacked. And yes, not all people are righteous. Not all people have ethics and morals, but I would rather trust my town clerk and my elected officials than Dominion voting machines and LHS. And I'll stop there.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry,
Nope.
Representative Brennan. Gotta get that hand up high.
Thank you. Are you aware of a nearly $800 million settlement from defamation from Fox Corporation, Fox News against, or other way around, Dominion against Fox News, the claims that they made about the Dominion tabulating machines, that Fox News needed to pay out almost $800 million for lies that were told about Dominion machines?
I am aware of that, as I am also aware of the research that was done by Harry Hursty prior to the Wyndham audit that showed how easily it was to hack the Dominion machines. Thank you.
Representative Hamer?
Thank you for taking my question. Have you ever worked an election
Yes, I have various.
in Bedford?
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta ask for the follow. Yeah, we just had a big chairs meeting about that, so I'm supposed to be meaner about that. I'm sorry.
Follow up.
Follow up.
In Bedford?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yeah, so you guys know, yeah, they had a big meeting of like, hey, if somebody wants to do a follow up, they're supposed to ask, and I was like, okay. So just doing what the boss says. Any other questions? All right, hearing none, thank you. Mr. Rossetti, you refiled. I'm going to indulge you on this. The hearing is not a debate, so if you have additional testimony to give, that's fine. But it is not, the hearing for the general public is not a debate, so we can't start up a back and forth. So are you agreeable to that?
Yes.
Okay.
The ballots that the Secretary of State asked about the perforations on, or didn't bring up the perforations. So the ballots would be printed like this on 3 pieces of paper, and it would be perforated on the top. And there would be a number on the top on that perforation that the person tears off and carries with them, and it would match the number on the ballot. It does not have their name on it or anything like that. So if there's a recount on the ballots, everybody can take that perforated tab and come back and see proof of their ballot. That's very important. Secondly, paper ballots are the gold standard of voting, and machines are pretty dangerous, as I said before. The issues with these devices are only discovered through hand counts, if they're allowed. Hand counts, challenging the machine count, may only be requested by candidates, and I don't like that. It should be able to be by the citizens that they're requested. And the issues with these ballots used for devices noted in the Wyndham audit report included, but not limited to, different paper thicknesses, S folds, C folds, and many other things that caused overvotes where the device could not read and fails to properly show the count. These machines are dangerous, and we have a company named LHS Associates based in Salem, New Hampshire, and they're supposed to be safeguarding the voters' integrity and sovereignty. This company has no government oversight nor any audits, and they put all the machines that we have in New Hampshire into New Hampshire. So I'm also sad to disagree with you, Mr. Secretary, but the Article 32, Part 2 of the Constitution is pretty strongly written, and to see it overwritten and then see these committees that think that the Constitution is just an opinion, or people when they say that, that's very bothersome to me. If we're not following that Constitution, we're really in trouble. Thank you very much for your time.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask for clarification in the question. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. So the way you describe this, the perforation does not stay with the ballot.
That's correct. The ballots would be printed in such a way. You remember the old time cards when we were younger? We used to put them in the clock. Okay, it would be a time card like that, but it would be 3 separate pieces. And they're printed and they're put together. And then the top is perforated.
Mhm.
The voter tears that perforation off, folds it and tears it, and puts that in the pocket. And then the vote goes in. So no names are written on there.
Okay. And my question is, are you aware of any other state doing that?
I believe Idaho is doing something like that and has brought something in, but I didn't have a lot of time to do research on this.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Okay. Representative Weary.
Since you brought up the Constitution, are you aware of any current cases before New Hampshire Supreme Court regarding the constitutionality of the voting process?
Yes, I'm aware of a few cases, but I haven't watched them closely.
Okay.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Do you know the costs of hand counting? One of the things you had suggested was that any citizen should be able to request a recount rather than just the candidate. and if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, you're wanting any individual to be able to request a hand count. Do you know the costs associated with hand counting? And if such a law were to be passed that any citizen could request a hand count, what that cost would be to the taxpayers?
It would probably be very limited because if 2 or 3 people in each town or county suddenly wanted a hand count, they'd be finding a lot of dirt. And I would see on the opposite end of that kind of behavior, people would not be wanting to play with fire. And I've also found that hand counting, this is common sense, is far less expensive than these machines that we've got to purchase to maintain them and to keep them up. I think, and I also will state this strongly. The sovereignty of each individual in this country, because it's a republic, is highly important. So when we go off that gold standard of each individual having a ballot, we're losing. Doesn't matter, the accuracy of machinery is not there and will never be as fast as the human mind in things like this situation, never. So I strongly believe in each individual casting their own ballot. And the reason why is because my freedom, the freedom of your children, my children, my grandchildren, is all counting, it's all balancing on that right now, and they're getting away with murder with the machines. I just would hate to see that in our state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we'll do Natchez Gray. Natchez. I'm just gonna butcher it every time, man. I don't know where we're at this point.
That's totally fine. Mr. Chair, Nate Grays with the Municipal Association. If it helps you, Nate like nature, Grays like the color. We also oppose this legislation. I echo everything the Secretary of State says. I have not had the opportunity to review any amendment that was passed out. The legislative budget assistant was kind enough to put a long list of things that may cost municipalities money into the fiscal note. I won't read those to you, but that is basically the basis for a number of concerns that we have, in addition to overriding concerns like the secrecy of the ballot and the importance of that. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Questions from the committee? Okay, Representative Brennan.
Do you know the costs associated with hand counting ballots?
I do not know off the top of my head, but I believe there was a bill last year or the prior session that had a fiscal note attached to it that would give you that information.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
No other speakers are signed up to speak in person. There were 37 people signed up online in support, 32 opposed, 0 were neutral. With that, I'll be closing the public hearing on HB 1704 and opening the public hearing on HB 1699, allowing caucus identification on ballots. Representative Gearhard, I saw you. Do I have a pink card from you, Representative Gearhard? Is he gone? Is he here? I saw him. Representative Potenza, you want to stand? I saw Representative Potenza. She. Well, anyways, to get the public hearing going. Oh, there he is.
Sorry about that. Jason Gerhardt, Franklin Northfield, Merrimack 25.
Oh. Hold on. Go ahead and introduce the bill. I apologize.
This bill would allow caucus identification on ballots. If a caucus had at least 5 members in the House, they would be able to approve members of their caucus to be identified as such on ballots. And This would also apply to the Senate and Executive Council as well. The reason for this is I think voters need more information, deserve more information about who they're electing versus just the parties. Certain states allow fusion voting, which would be the multiple listing of parties. So you could run as a Republican and a Libertarian or whatever it may be. This is a little bit different, and I don't think people necessarily want to be in two parties. I think having multiple caucus designations allow information to be given to the voters, but also to allow candidates to transcend so-called party lines, but on issues. So if it was a veterans caucus, you could be a Republican running with that as well as a Democrat, and there's no conflict. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I'm willing to take questions to answer any questions and where I was trying to go with this, if there's confusion.
Any questions? Representative Brennan?
Thank you. I raised higher that time. I see in the bill that it mentions on line 7, 5 members of the House shall be registered in a caucus with the House clerk for inclusion on such list. And I see in the methodology here that a brief description of each caucus, 140 characters or fewer, will accompany the ballot. And I guess what I'm wondering is it not possible that a group of 5 close colleagues could create a caucus and that caucus could be registered on the ballot with those names, and couldn't every 5 state reps create their own caucus, and wouldn't that result in a ballot that is multiple pages long with descriptions of different friend groups of 5 that we call a caucus? Is that not possible? Or
I mean, I suppose that would be possible, but I think it kind of defeats the purpose of what they'd be trying to accomplish in a way. Point being is the more members of a caucus that existed, the more significance it would have to the voters as a whole. Do you know what I'm trying to get at? In a sense, I understand you're saying it could be a political statement, whatever. If that did occur to me afterwards and I was starting to really think about it, I think there could be limitations if the threshold could be increased, I suppose. I just didn't want it to be something so excessive that you couldn't, in a sense, have some of the, not fringe elements, but things that aren't necessarily everybody wants to be part of kind of groups. Something that actually represents something that some voters may care about, but still significant enough that you're not going to get dozens and dozens of people signing up for.
Follow up?
Follow up, please. Is it not the responsibility of the candidate to provide their voters with enough information about themselves during the election or primary process so that that voter can make an informed decision based on what the candidate has provided them rather than the ballot? Isn't it the candidate's responsibility?
Yes, but I think many people say that they receive too much political propaganda mail during campaign time. I don't know. I mean, as a blue collar kind of guy, the people that I'm around, most of them don't vote, and they'll tell you because I don't know who I'm voting for. And I actually respect that position way better than just going bing, bing, or people vote the party line, which even though I'm part of a party, I don't really believe in that policy. I think you should look at the candidates on their own merits. And I think this helps. This helps at least give a little bit more information, especially with the description that would be on the ballot itself. Would it be a little bit more paper? Perhaps. The voter, this is important. I mean, we're voting on people that are supposedly representing our interests. Let's find out if they have to pick 3 caucuses, it now forces the candidate to say, okay, these are the 3 topics, and they don't have to join a caucus, so be it. But it at least kind of clarifies what this candidate is focused on versus just the blue and the red or whatever you want to choose to go with.
Representative Bone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. 5 people, so let's all get together and make a bunch of dummy caucuses just to get votes. I mean, nothing to prove that I'm for something or against something, just that I put a name up, say, so anything. Just so I know those people like that. Whether or not I believe in that or not, I don't care. I just want the votes. So what good is it?
I would think that it would have to do with the caucus has a standing if they actually do what they believe. So it'd be the same thing with Consumer Reports or other private entities that rate products. If they lie, they lose credibility. They go out of business. Do you know what I mean? I think it's your credibility that's at stake. So the members that would be part of that caucus, if they're found just to be useless or they're endorsing people that aren't fulfilling their so-called no.
Representative Muirhead.
I sort of like your idea. I have a little bit of a concern about how the ballot would look. Have you thought about that?
Yes. Well, I'll let the co-sponsor take that question.
Any further questions? Representative Ankenberg, excuse me. I'm just gonna.
You'll get it right
I'm just
eventually.
butchering everybody's names
Thank
today.
you.
It's all everybody's up on the table.
Thank you, Representative. I just have a question about what is it, line 6 here? House caucus members shall submit a list of approved caucus members. So, what if I wanted to be a member of a caucus and I was not an approved member? Is there an appeals process, and I guess where I'm going with this, do you see a scenario by which not being an approved caucus member, if I wanted to be a caucus member, could create a problem?
Well, I think that's the whole idea of a caucus. You control your membership, keep the quality up.
So, Paul,
sure.
So you would believe that not every member of the House would be eligible to be a member of a caucus?
I think that's how it currently is.
Okay.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but
One more follow-up?
So would this then be creating different classes of candidates on the ballot then? Because if you can exclude a member from being, if you can exclude membership of that caucus, isn't the caucus then weighing in on the legitimacy of the candidate in regards to caucus membership?
I would say that a caucus is a private entity. The private entity can choose its members. Am I missing the rephrase it? I'm confused. I'm not really picking up what you're trying to say.
Am I allowed?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
It's Tuesday. Why not?
So if the caucus members are submitting a list of approved caucus members,
yes,
and I wanted to be a member of the caucus,
yes,
and you're saying no, are then now the caucus itself is taking the place then of, say, the Secretary of State in what will appear on the ballot. I don't believe we do that in any other case, because even like the major parties and things like that, there's I guess what I'm saying, we're adding something different to the ballot that would be a unique identifier to the candidate and their membership in something. But then we're saying that there's another group that would then be saying yes or no, right? And like even the party itself doesn't do that, right? So aren't we then creating a different class of candidate?
Yes, I guess so, but for the purpose of providing an identifier that you are part of this group, and it's yes. So, okay, short answer would be yes.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to recess this bill very quickly, so we're recessing 1699. Mr. Healy, I missed your pink card for 1704. Would you still like to testify on 1704?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to reopen the public hearing on House Bill 1704 for the purpose of allowing Mr. Healy to testify.
Thank you.
So you guys know we are on relative to the reconciliation of ballot acts, previous bill.
So Dan Healy, Nashua City Clerk and current president of the New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. And I just want to register with the election law our strong opposition to this bill for numerous reasons. Currently, with the tabulators in larger communities, we're finishing some elections 2, 3 in the morning. If we had to hand count all ballots cast in those elections, we would be there well into the next day. We're already working 24-hour days, some of us. I think other laws would need to be changed to allow hand counting over a course of a few days. It's not something that could then continue on election night in most larger communities. with the tabulators again, I reported my results around 1:30 in the morning, and delivered them to our drop-off location around 2:30 in the morning. All ballots being serial numbered prevents provides more issues for us. It says too that a voter can come in and retrieve their ballot. Following the election, the ballots have to be sealed with signatures from the moderator, the clerk, selectmen. They have the red security tape. What would be the procedure then for opening those ballots, those boxes up, and retrieving those ballots? Because now they're not secure. 24 hours a day surveillance, I don't think is realistic. Most communities to install a camera just pointed at the vault. Who's monitoring that camera? Do we go in every day and watch the last, overnight what happened? Is it motion censored? How are we monitoring that camera if there's a 24-hour camera on those ballots? Just overall, just looking at this bill, there's just a ton of things in here that provide challenges for clerks. They provide challenges for Secretary of State. I'm not sure what this bill's trying to accomplish. It seems to be adding a lot of things that are going to be very hard, if not impossible, for us to implement. So
Okay.
I'd be open to any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, and my apologies, Mr. Healy.
Thank you.
I was not, I just got put over here. With
I
that,
arrived into the room late, so I was trying to get my card in, but thank you for allowing me the opportunity just to get our opinion on the record.
Of course. With that, I'm going to reclose HB 1704 and reopen HB 1699. Representative Patenza was up next, but I believe she has left the room. For Secretary Scanlon, you are up. HB 1699.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. And I'd just like to talk to you a little bit about the ballots themselves, in that the ballot is designed to treat every candidate on the ballot equally and not give any candidate, any more visual influence than any other candidate on the ballot. For example, when a candidate lists their name on the ballot, we do not allow terms like doctor, professor, PhD, coach, because those are all designations that kind of elevate a person potentially in the eyes of the voter. And then when we come to adding additional things on the ballot, I just like to say that designing a ballot is a very complex process, especially in New Hampshire, where we have many, many candidates and many, many offices on the ballot. And there are rotations of those columns and the names of candidates on the ballot that are required in statute. So there are literally hundreds of different versions of ballots in any given election, and they all have to be meticulously proofed to make sure that, they're as accurate as they can be. And even with that, sometimes we find one or two misspelled names. So to add additional designations like caucuses, that it just makes that job a lot more complicated. And then when you come specifically to state representative, in addition to the rotations that I just mentioned, the names of state representatives are staggered in their party columns to try and make it appear like those candidates are not specifically running against another candidate in the other party. And so I can see that field on the ballot growing pretty dramatically as a part of that process. So my recommendation would be that there are other ways that candidates can advertise what groups they affiliate or belong to, but it should not happen on the election ballot. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Bum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question. And would it also mean extra work for Secretary of State's office to verify the caucuses?
Well, I hadn't thought of that, but I suppose we would want to make sure that they're registered with the House Clerk.
Further questions? Hearing none. Thank you. That was the last person signed up to speak in person. Online. Guess not. Nope. No, she left. Ms. Chester, you're fine to come up.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. The only thing I want to say about this that I like is that, again, it gives us a level of transparency and accountability that we're missing in our elections. We currently, in our town, during a local election, we had an individual that was going around representing himself as very different than what his belief system was. And there are a lot of people that trust and don't verify. Unfortunately, I used to think that the New Hampshire voters were pretty educated when it came to casting their votes. Since becoming more and more involved and actually running for office, I've learned that that's not always the case. So that's the reason why I like this bill, specifically for local elections where it's not, where party designation is not identified. Having a caucus option for people would be very beneficial, similar to like when we're running for state rep, we get approved by NHLA because we fill out a survey. Thank you very much. So we fill out surveys. The bottom line is any of these caucuses that were to exist, if that's how we become members of a caucus, and if they're not honest, if the members of that caucus are not walking the walk, then it's going to be apparent the first election cycle, and they won't get reelected. And I think that's why it's important, at least for local elections. I think it's very helpful for our voters, especially with regards to state reps, senators, executive councils, etc. The bottom line is the one with the most money often gets the most votes. And unfortunately, it shouldn't be that way, but it is. Because mainstream media controls so much of what our vote is telling to the people of New Hampshire. That's it. And I'll take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. All right, now we will close 1699. Online, there were 32 signed up in support, 16 opposed, 1 neutral. The committee will stand in recess until 2 p.m., in which we will hear HB 1426 FN.
You look like you've recovered. Have you recovered from the primary? Okay.
Okay, it's 2:00. I'm gonna open up the House Election Law Committee public hearing on HB 1426 in consultation with the designated ranking member today. We do have many people signed up to speak for this, so I will be limiting public testimony per individual with 5 minutes. I did consult with the ranking member on that to reach consent. With that, Representative Muirhead, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Muirhead. That's enough. No, just kidding.
He's been waiting for 2 years to do
Waiting 2 years to gavel him down.
But to do that today would be particularly unfair because I'm not speaking simply for myself, but for the estimable Representative Lane, who is the prime sponsor of this bill and who's asked me to speak on her behalf this morning. This bill would establish an independent redistricting commission to draw district boundaries for the state House, the state Senate, state Executive Council, county commissioners, and the congressional districts in the year 2031. The excellent thing is that sitting here 7 years away, we do not know which party will be in the majority in the legislature in 2031. And so this isn't a bill that's meant to penalize either side. By the way, there'll be a kind of midterm presidential election, I think, in 2028. So my guess is that whichever party does not control the U.S. presidency will probably benefit in 2030 and control the legislature. Hard to predict which party that'll be right now. It's impossible, actually. So the basic idea here is to create a commission, 9 people, 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans, 3 independents, and have that commission with a staff create maps, hold public meetings, deliberate about those maps, and recommend a set of maps to the legislature. To make a recommendation, 7 people on that 9-member commission would have to agree. So imagine just by chance that the Republicans and the independents stick together, maybe they're Republican-leaning independents. Those 6 people wouldn't be enough to make a recommendation. They need at least 1 Democrat to join them. Put differently, you need at least 1 from each of these 3 groups, Democrats, independents, and Republicans, to get to 7. And the legislature has the power to accept those maps, that recommendation, or design its own. The legislature is constitutionally empowered to draw its own district maps. So it's an advisory commission to the legislature. And the basic underlying intuition is that maps that all the relevant parties, Dems, Independents, Republicans, agree on are going to be more fair maps than maps that just one party agrees on and that the other party or parties vigorously oppose. That's the basic idea. The basic idea is that more fair maps are better than maps that some large chunk of the population views as unfair. And my students, young people today, I mean, they really are extraordinarily skeptical about the formal institutions of constitutional democracy. It makes me worry about the future, and they think it's, you know, corrupt, whether they're on the right, whether on the, most of them are kind of just in the center, they're not super ideological, or on the left. They think this, and they think it's not good to have partisans draw maps to favor their own party. That just strikes them as unfair. And this is an effort to get the parties to come together to see if they can make a recommendation that everybody agrees to. And that's the plan, that's the bill. And it makes a lot of intuitive sense to me, even though I'm not actually the prime sponsor. Happy to take questions.
Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. My problem is the same as in the past, is what's an independent? Nobody's independent. Everybody's got a bias one way or another. So that's been, over the years, the commissions that we've tried to done, has always been defeated, has always been that. What's an independent? So how can you find a real independent?
Yeah, I'm with you. The word independent comes into this bill in 2 different ways. One is that the advisory commission is 9 people, 3 registered Republicans, 3 registered Democrats, 3 registered independents. By the way, they're chosen from a group of 4 retired state judges. But I agree with you. So those registered independents, I think, just speaking as a political scientist, which I play during the day, it's true that most independents lean toward one party or the other pretty reliably. And so they're kind of closet Republicans, closet Democrats. So let's just imagine that the 3 independents are all Republican leaning. And you've got 3 Republicans and 3 Republican leaning independents. Then I got 6 people who are kind of more sympathetic to the Republican Party than the Democratic Party. As a Democrat, I could say, well, that's unfair. But for the committee to make a recommendation, at least one of these 3 Democrats to get to 7 one of the 3 Dems on this 9-person committee is also going to have to join the other 6. And I think that's the check against the possibility that the independents won't, will lean one way or the other as a whole group. We could also amend the bill so that it's all, it's 5 Dems and 5 Republican, or, 5, I guess you can't do 5 and 4. So I like the 3-3-3. But I think that's the key thing. And then the other idea of independent is that it's making an independent recommendation. And there, I think all we mean is that it's a recommendation that that both sides agree on. It's not really independent, it's more bipartisan.
Further questions, Representative Brennan?
Can you speak to the adoption of redistricting maps on the page 5, starting in line 10, and discuss what the implication is of this commission, the maps that they submit, if the legislature must accept the maps, or what happens with the suggested maps from this commission?
The commission would make a recommendation to the legislature. The authority of the recommendation would be based on the deliberation that the commission put in and the fact that all the relevant groups agree, such that they could get to 7 people, a majority of 7 out of 9 people. But the legislature doesn't have to accept the maps. The legislature may find that there are problems with them. And the legislature is constitutionally empowered to decide for itself whether to accept this recommendation or create an alternate plan.
Further questions from the committee? You still have 45 minutes, so he wrote 90 minutes on his card. Thank you, Representative Muirhead. Okay, next up here, let me see here. Let's go with Phil Hatcher. Mr. Hatcher. And as they say, Mr. Hatcher, you are on the clock.
Thank you. I'm Phil Hatcher. I'm from Dover. See my representative Kay here today. So I was a member of the Mapathon Citizens Mapping Project, so I'm very well aware of the kind of technical and legal intricacies of drawing the maps. And I believe it would be wise to delegate a group to do the task, because the legislature, as you guys well know, is overwhelmed every year with on the order of 1,000 bills to do. And also, frankly, you're under political pressure when you're drawing maps, which I think is probably not best for the state in terms of coming up with districts that are best represent the citizens of the state. So that's my first point. Second point is, I think we can all agree the process that we're using is not working very well, unless you're a fan of the judicial system drawing maps. If we go back to 2000, the governor and the legislature disagreed on the House and the Senate maps. So the Supreme Court had to get involved, get a technical person to actually draw the maps. That didn't go so well, if you remember. That person decided not to use flaterial districts. We ended up with big districts. Many towns lost their dedicated representatives. This led to an amendment to the Constitution in 2006 to try to better provide dedicated representation to towns of adequate size. That amendment is under litigation now in Stratford County Superior Court. In 2010, again, the governor and the legislature disagreed on the maps. However, the legislature had a supermajority at the time and they overrode the governor's veto. So you might claim, might realize that, okay, we were saved that time by a supermajority in the legislature. There was still extensive litigation. It was all eventually dismissed, however. 2020, we had one party in control of both the governorship and the legislature, but still, the governor and the legislature couldn't agree on the congressional maps. So what happened? The judicial system drew the congressional maps. Okay? So where are we headed? Is this good? Is the legislature in actuality actually drawing the maps in many cases? No. Looking ahead to 2030, you know, what's going to be the situation? And we're a purple state, right? It seems unlikely that one party is going to control all three important entities here. It seems even more unlikely that a party will have a supermajority in the legislature. So what's likely to happen in 2030 if we continue doing what we've been doing? The courts are going to draw the maps. Is that what we want? I don't think so. So I would ask you to consider this bill, and I know there's a constitutional amendment coming forward also. You know, I'd ask you to consider that we're not actually doing what we think we're doing. Okay. And to finish up, I just want to add a historical note. I have a copy of the poll tax receipt that my grandfather received in 1908 in McLennan County, Texas. And now, you know, we look back on those times and we think it's embarrassing, right? It's embarrassing that we used a poll tax mechanism to keep people from voting. I think 100 years from now, people are going to look back on this era and they're going to be embarrassed that we didn't fix this problem with gerrymandering. We know it happens. Both parties do it, right? Citizens, through polling, don't like it. We have, you know, 21 states have done a commission or something like it. I would strongly recommend, and I hope you would seriously consider adding New Hampshire to that list of states. Thank you.
Nailed it. 12 seconds left. Any questions from the committee? Okay, hearing none, thank you. Mr. Hatcher. All right, Mr. Andrews, it's good to see you again, brother. How are you?
Good. Hi, my name is David Andrews. I live in Concord now. I worked as a data analyst for the Redistricting Data Hub. I was the lead mapper for the Mapathon project, and I am the expert witness in the Dover lawsuit challenging the New Hampshire House maps. The current process of redistricting in this state and in this country is a crack in the foundation of our democracy. We have not done a very good job in creating fair and equitable districts in our state. All of the maps, besides the congressional map, are gerrymandered to favor one party. In this, voters from both parties are disenfranchised. We create safe districts for both parties, and thus we move our elections from the general election to the primaries. This creates officials who are further to the extremes of each party than to the center, which is, in my opinion, what the state of New Hampshire is more like. This creates less bipartisan agreement. It creates more animosity, and it is not helping our democracy to be its best self. So the idea of an independent redistricting commission is something that I wholeheartedly want and support. This bill, however, is not ideal in some ways. I believe that that a constitutional amendment is required in order to, guarantee our rights as voters to fair and equitable maps. And also within this bill, I see some flaws. One of which is the idea of compactness being a ideal of this commission. It's not necessarily something that is needed or can be agreed upon in, there's a lot of different ways in order to calculate compactness. Not everyone agrees on what they are, and they're not always good. Yes, you can sometimes look at a map and say that might be gerrymandered because it looks very funky, but there's also other reasons why a map may look funky and may not have super compact districts. For instance, let's say you wanted to use school districts as a community of interest. So you wanted to keep school districts together. Our school districts are not compact. They are sometimes funky shaped. So then you get funky shaped districts out of it and not compact districts. So in that regard, I would recommend that you maybe amend to kind of get rid of the compactness element of this bill. Again, I'm not a huge fan of the 333 because it's, again, it doesn't seem as bipartisan as it could be. I like the model of 555 and thus having 3 members of each having to be able to vote on it. So you'd have, you'd need 9 people to vote on a map to get it passed. 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats, 3 independents, and therefore you get the majority of each party rather than, just one. You may have, a moderate Republican who sides with all of the Democrats and all of the independents. You don't want that. You want a majority of each party to agree upon these maps. And then, no offense, but I think that the legislature has shown itself to not be trustworthy enough to be able to be a part of this process, and therefore I think it needs to be independent of the legislature, and the legislature should not be able to override a map of a independent redistricting commission. We've seen in a number of states that have similar bills to this, New York, Ohio, Florida, where the legislature has ignored the wills of voters who want fair redistricting and has thrown out maps and gone with their own gerrymandered maps, and it hasn't really fixed the problem. I fear that this bill is actually kind of just moving the bucket rather than fixing the leak. And so I would, although I am in support of this bill because I think it's a step in the right direction, I think that it needs to be a step further, and a constitutional amendment needs to be brought forth. I know it is, but and yeah, I'm happy to take any questions.
And you too nailed your time. 14 seconds left. Questions from the committee, Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Just to make sure I'm understanding your testimony, you are in support of this bill because it takes a small step forward toward an end goal of an independent redistricting commission in your mind that would eliminate the legislature from the process. But this would be a step in the right direction. Is that, am I understanding your testimony correctly?
Yes, correct. The Mapathon project tried to emulate what this commission would actually do. We put forth fair maps. We brought them before members of the public who commented on them. We then submitted them to the legislature and were ignored. So,
Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. What were the distinguishing attributes between what was proposed by your group and the other redistrict maps? Was there an attribute or some quality that made them set apart and unique from the others?
Yes. So depending on the level of the legislative map, for instance, for the New Hampshire House maps, we tried to strive to create as many single member districts as possible, or not single, but single town or ward districts as possible in order to comply with the 2006 amendment saying that eligible towns or wards shall have their own districts. So we were able to create a map that had 41 towns that didn't get their own districts rather than the 55 towns that didn't in the current House maps. In other maps, we strive to keep communities of interest together. We used school districts for one example. We also kind of ignored the incumbent advantage that they used when creating the New Hampshire Senate maps, where they said explicitly that they were creating these and they weren't moving incumbents out of their districts unless they had already moved, or whatever was the case with District 2, whatever. But yeah.
Let's keep questions relative to the bill itself. The bill is about forming an independent redistricting commission. So I certainly would love to relitigate redistricting. So I'm not going to indulge myself in that. I'm going to ask the committee also does not indulge in that. We are focused on the bill at hand. Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having read the bill, it appears to me that it attempts to make the redistricting process independent of the political process. And if that's the case, how does this independent commission, how is it accountable to the voters so that there's a better chance that it will reflect the will of the people?
Yeah, so
Thank you.
I'm not sure. I didn't write this bill. I don't know. My idea is that I don't know the exact process of how these people who would be appointed to the commission would be there, but I would think that, if you wanted to include the legislature at all, it would be in appointing those people to those. So it's almost like a representative democracy, like we have. We vote on the the legislators who then can appoint people to the commission. That's my idea of how a independent commissioner would work, and therefore they would be accountable.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Andrews. It is good to see you, even though we disagree a lot. It is good to see you. Okay, next up, Olivia Zink, Open Democracy. You have some testimony, right?
I do have written
You want
testimony.
to go ahead and distribute it now?
Sure.
So it's not making the waves while you're speaking and people are looking down and looking up and trying to do multiple things.
I have lots of paper. Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Zink. I'm a voter in Franklin and the executive director for Open Democracy, a nonpartisan nonprofit with 36,000 voters across New Hampshire. And we're submitting testimony in support of an independent redistricting commission. I just want to give some math from the last election. In 2022, 50% of voters cast ballots for Democratic senators, but they only got 10 out of 14 Democratic senators. 50.12% of voters cast ballots for Democratic executive councilors, but there was only 1 out of 4 executive councilor existed. And 50% of the state house was cast for Democrats, and there's only a 3-seat margin. So at least for House members, there's much more evenness than there are for the Senate and Executive Council maps. And I would say this, if the Republican Party got more votes and got less seats, it's important that we understand that voters should be picking their politicians, that politicians should not be picking voters and drawing the map. This is why this independent redistricting commission is a good idea. This committee has in the past made bipartisan recommendations that have gone on a couple of times. I hope that your committee can work together on the legislation in order to do this. I do want to say that this is constitutional as it is advisory and still allows for the legislation the vote to be held by the legislative body. And to Representative Quayle's question, I think redistricting and drawing maps is a political conversation in many times. And I think what it shouldn't be about is power, and which political party can get the most advantage. Should be about voters and instilling trust and confidence in the process. Also, Linda Bundy is unable to be here from Antrim and has written testimony, and Bob Perry is unable to be here and has written testimony, and I have submitted both of those as well.
Okay, questions from, will you be taking questions? I know you normally do, Ms. Sink. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Bone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. You're given the numbers here of percentages, but the problem with those percentages is, for example, in House districts, where you're aware, they have to be kept in the county. They cannot cross the county lines. So that could, don't you think that could be a problem with total numbers?
I think that if you wanted to change the way on how county delegations are selected and make district lines that don't cross, or have a few, that is the rules. You can set rules that allow that, and I think that you should, in the next 7 years, think about what are the criteria that goes into drawing lines, and if you want to change that rule, that might be one to consider.
Only someone had submitted a bill to get rid of county delegation.
Yeah.
That was me. Follow up?
Yeah, but the problem with that is state representatives, are also the county representatives, so they have to be in the county.
Right. But I think like Belknap County, for example, could have had 18 and a half state representatives. And I think that if you were able to give Belknap County 19 state representatives, you could have better drawn that map. And maybe one state member had to be members of 2 county commissioners because they overlapped. But you look at towns like Tilton and Northfield. Tilton's in Belknap County, Northfield's in Merrimack County. They share a fire district, they share a school district, they share police, fire, so many different things. And I think that New Hampshire is unique in that way. And I think looking at what are the different pieces that go into drawing a maps are important.
Further questions? Representative Brennan?
Thank you. Previously, there had been a question about accountability, and I'm wondering if you might opine on the legislature having the right to approve or disapprove of this advisory committee's or advisory commission's suggested maps. Does that allow for accountability by giving the legislature that power?
The legislator still has the final approval of the maps, and I think that the voters can hold the legislators who vote up for the commission's recommendation or not for the commission's recommendation accountable. And I think the public debate, I mean, when we think about what the public debate was a decade prior, the maps were drawn kind of behind closed doors. So there was a lot more transparency in the process this time, but I think New Hampshire couldn't do better.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Sinks. Good to see you. It's good to be back. All right, we've got 603 forward. There's 2 of you guys. Do you guys want to go together from 603 forward? We'll allow it. We've got Liz Wester and Matt Mushin. Mushin. That's the. I got the. All right. Well, anyways, there's those 2.
You can start that. I'll check.
Cool. Good afternoon, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. Thank you so much. My name's Matt Mushian. I'm a voter in Claremont, and I serve as the Advocacy and Engagement Director for 603 Forward. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization dedicated to educating, empowering, and mobilizing young folks across our state. And today I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 1426, which would establish an advisory redistricting commission. With the census being conducted every decade, it's imperative that our legislative and congressional maps accurately reflect our population and demographics. And as more young people come to the Granite State to live, work, raise their families, it's really critical that we ensure our representation is both fair and equitable. And at the end of the day, that's what the redistricting process is all about. During the 2021 redistricting process, 603 Forward mobilized hundreds of young Granite Staters to take action for fair maps and a transparent process. And they did so because they believe voters should pick their politicians, not the other way around. And unfortunately, while the House Redistricting Committee held hearings in each county, the map drawing was still done secretly behind closed doors and out of the public eye. This advisory independent redistricting commission created by the bipartisan House Bill 1426 implements some key safeguards against partisan gerrymandering by being transparent, requiring public input, and not allowing maps to favor one party over another. It's been said, but House Bill 1426 is a constitutional, uniquely New Hampshire solution to creating fair maps because voters should dictate our future maps. And it's important to note that this commission is advisory and does not force the legislature to adopt a map that it's produced, simply provides the legislature and the people of New Hampshire the opportunity to see and support what a fair map option would be. And then just in closing, without safeguards in place, voters who end up in gerrymandered districts would continue to find themselves disenfranchised for a decade and beyond. So we ask you please vote in support of House Bill 1426 and be part of a solution to ensure that we have a system designed to make sure Granite State voices are heard in the redistricting process. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, I'm Liz Wester. I'm one of the co-founders of 603 Forward. And just to add a few points to what Matt said, this bill would limit who can serve on the commission. So there's been previous legislation filed that did not place limits on who could serve on the commission. So this bill would make sure that anyone who was affiliated with or worked for a candidate or a political party would not be able to serve. So really, this commission would be made up of New Hampshire voters who are representing their communities, not another interest. Those commissioners would also be picked by a nonpartisan body made up of retired judges. It would take a lot of public and community input, which is really, really important in crafting maps that would be fair for the state, and puts in some strong wording around making sure that the maps would not favor one party over another. At the end of the day, creating an advisory commission is about restoring trust in our elections, which I believe everyone in this room wants our voters to have, and would set up a path for a fair redistricting process in New Hampshire.
All right, you taking questions?
Sure.
Excellent. Representative Bone?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you for taking the question. Since this is just advisory, like I said, and the legislature can just completely ignore it, then don't you think that would give the governor more reason to veto it and then again have the judiciary pick the districts?
I would hope that, very much like needing to have 7 members of the commission pass a map, that it would encourage compromise within the branches of government that need to vote on these maps, to make sure that the maps are as fair as possible. Redistricting is hard, and there is no perfect process, but believe this is a step in the right direction.
Further questions? Representative Brennan?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at this bill and I'm realizing that this commission would be required to act in public meetings, which says to me that there would be more transparency in this process. I'm wondering if the meetings that this commission would have in public, might that generate significant public support for the outcome of the commission's maps that they suggest to the legislature, and then wouldn't the legislature then feel that public pressure to adopt the Independent Redistricting Commission's maps, thus again providing for accountability in this process?
I think so, yeah. More people participating in the process of our democracy, the better.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you guys so much. Thanks for indulging me doing the twofer there.
Thank you.
Next up, Ms. Tantarelli. Ms. Tantarelli, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir. My name is Liz Tintorelli. I'm a voter in Newbury, undeclared by party, and I'm president of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. We strongly support this measure as one step forward. I've been cleaning out papers at my house before I moved to the old age home. I figure I better get a head start on it. This is going to take a while. And I've discovered testimony that I wrote and delivered in favor of independent redistricting commissions dating back to 2011. So I've been at this a while. The State League adopted a position in 2004, I think. So let me talk about why we want to support this. We know that it is not constitutional for an independent commission to actually make the maps and have them enforced as conditions stand now. But an advisory commission certainly increases the transparency, as Representative Brennan mentioned, and the citizen involvement. And in 2021, we had good participation of citizens. The legislature that held the hearings around the state held one in each county and got plenty of participation from people talking about communities of interest and so on. But I wanted to talk about one specific moment in history here in New Hampshire, and that was in 2019. And I realize some of you were not on this committee in 2019 when we had a very similar bill to this, an advisory independent redistricting commission, which passed the House 2018 to 123. That means there was strong bipartisan support for this independent commission. The Senate tweaked the bill where it passed on a voice vote. Again, strong bipartisan support. And until the very last minute, we thought that the governor would sign it. He did not. He vetoed it, and nobody wanted to challenge that, apparently. In 2019, this committee, the House, and the Senate recognized the value of an independent advisory commission. It's a tool to get the best redistricting map possible with the involvement of citizens, taking the partisan, what's in it for me and my district aspect out of it to some extent, with non-legislators designing these maps in a fair and transparent process. So I hope that you will support HB 1426, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. It's good to
Thank
see
you.
you again, Ms. Tantarelli.
Thank you, and good to see you all.
Mr. O'Brien with America Votes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael O'Brien. I work at Party Strategies and I'm representing America Votes here today. I think most of what I was going to say has already been said. And so I just want to quickly just remind, again, the committee that this is an advisory commission and so falls well within the bounds of the Constitution because the legislature does make the final say in these, and that our democracy is strongest when people believe in it. And in this case, we know through polling and other means that there is question of, and I would argue justifiably so, about folks drawing maps when they have self-interest, and this helps to remove at least part of that self-interest. It does still obviously lie in the hands of the legislature to make sure that, because they have final approval, but again, creating a public process where a map is created, brought forward, and is seen, hopefully would provide enough pressure with, the kind of agreement that this law requires, that these maps would continue moving forward and would become law, as opposed to maps may be approved by one party or another. And just to stress again, this is not to redraw maps that are already drawn, right? This is not to look and say we want to do this in 2 years or anything like that, but for 2031, in a year when we do not know what control looks like. And so this provides an ample, this is a good time to do this because both parties don't have an idea of what 2031 will look like. And so there is no advantage given at this point. Happy to answer any questions that you all may have. That's all I got.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Last up, Mr. Clementowitz from the ACLU. Henry, how did I get your name? Was I close? You're the only one who didn't fall victim to my butchery.
No, for the record, my name is Henry Clementowicz on behalf of the ACLU of New Hampshire. I submitted online testimony, which I hope I haven't really used before. I hope you all got. And I don't want to repeat what others have said. So just say, please add ACLU of New Hampshire to the list of many organizations and people who've come out to testify in support of this bill and who do support an independent redistricting commission. It's always a dance to try to figure out what the best way to ensure public accountability to those drawing the maps is, while weighing against that the possible self-interest that folks have. I think that this proposal draws an excellent balance. In an improvement from previous versions, it uses a panel of retired judges to help select the commissioners, to hopefully, pull out the most civically minded among us. I think it's a great first step, and I hope the committee will support it. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I imagine this is a thank you so much, Henry. I'm going to grab one more card here, which I know is coming in hot. Louis, Miss Spencer, I didn't think we were going to get away with it today. Thank you so much, Miss Spencer.
Thank you for taking my testimony, Mr. Chair. Louise Spencer from the Kent Street Coalition. We're an all-volunteer grassroots advocacy group, and this is one of our primary priorities is redistricting, and it goes to the point of accountability, because if we have heavily gerrymandered districts, we're not able to hold our electeds accountable when people are in safe districts. So in the interest of really having a robust democracy and civic engagement, it depends on people feeling that they can give their input to their legislators and get feedback. So I just really wanted to stress that point and say that we're fully on board also, and we have members across the state and across the street. I live on Kent Street, but yeah, I hope that during this, we're years away from redistricting. This is a great time for us to come together and come up with something that we all can believe in and sign on to. Thanks so much.
Okay, will you be taking questions?
Yes, I will.
Okay, are there any questions? There's no questions to take. Okay, thank you so much. Oops, I did not pull up the bill online. This is 1426. Oh, I did pull it up online. Okay. So there's no one else signed up to speak. There was 366 people signed in support, 33 opposed, 0 were neutral. With that, I will close the public hearing on 1426. There's no other business on the committee's calendar today. For the committee's awareness, I am going to schedule the bills for next week literally right now. So if no more than 9 of you want to hang around and make a pitch for why your bill should or should not be heard next week, you're more than welcome to do it, but I'm literally going to sit here and do it. With that, it was great seeing everybody, and I'll see you all again on Thursday. Thank you. We are adjourned.